Okay, you're live.
Very good, thank you. Good afternoon. This is a virtual meeting of the Board of Zoning Appeals and City Planning Commission held on Tuesday, April 20th, 2021 at 1:30 via Zoom. The meeting will also be archived on YouTube to consider a number of cases. My name is Hunter Morrison. I'm the planning consultant for the City of Youngstown. We do not have a court reporter present today, so I will be doing the swearing in, and the court reporter will use the transcript of the meeting to create the record. So I would ask that all who wish to speak on a case be sworn in, and that you clearly, if you testify, clearly state your name and address for the record. The first case is case 2107, 23 North Hazel Street. The applicant is Youngstown Properties 23 LLC, requesting a variance to reduce the required parking spaces for 36 residential dwellings at the Gallagher Building from 72 to 24 spaces. The property in question is located again at 131 West Commerce and 23 North Hazel in a mixed-use downtown form district. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on behalf of this project? All those who wish to speak on this project, please.
Brian Angelilli, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Angelilli, is there anyone else who wishes to speak on behalf of this project? I know we had representative from the CIC, Dave. Okay, Mr. Angelilli, do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Very good. Can you state your name and make your case?
Okay, Brian Angelilli, 6001 Southern Boulevard, Boardman, Ohio. I'm the owner of the Gallagher Building, and I'm requesting the variance to reduce the maximum or the minimum lot count from, I think it would have been 72 based on a 2 spots per apartment zoning regulation down to the 24 spaces that I have available to me as a rental through the CIC that owns or controls the property, I should say, currently. This is obviously our minimum. We do have access to the parking deck that's controlled by NYO. They currently have 60 or plus open spaces and have agreed verbally to take any additional people that would want it, but this would be our minimum use to have 24. I'd like the board to keep in mind that if they've looked at these drawings, and I think you guys are familiar as we've went through them the first round with the zoning, is these are efficiency apartments. These are they're mostly efficiency, not even completely one bedroom. They're intended for the most part for single occupants. So obviously to have the 2 spaces would be something that would be, I felt would be necessary for the type of building we have. So that is our request. And again, just want to even say too that we've talked with the city that owns a lot in the back, through these past year and COVID months and things, and we've expressed interest that we would also be interested if they had open spots there as well. We just haven't been able to see what's available, but as a minimum, we would provide these 24 spaces to our tenants. And also, these spaces are strictly for the residential use. These will not be spaces permitted for our retail tenants. We've got some other arrangements to work to allow for that as well.
So how do you intend to control the access to the lot so that it's in fact being used by your tenants?
It's actually already set up. The lot's pretty controlled. There's basically an entrance and an exit already in place. And I'll tell you, we also own and control the Realty building. What we've been able to do is number them And believe it or not, once they've been numbered, we've had some issues there before. We haven't had to do much more than that. Once they've been numbered, and we've worked with a couple of people that kind of police some of the other lots that were involved in there. Once they're numbered and the signs are up that they will be towed at their expense, we've had almost no issues of people coming into these lots any longer.
And this 24, you're thinking from a marketing perspective will be sufficient to rent your building?
I do. And again, we're coming for this as a minimum. We have other options to offer, maybe less desirable parking spots, but it's not, I mean, it's only a couple blocks away. They'll have the opportunity to add that into their rent, and we would be offering others parking. But this would be, again, minimum parking that's adjacent to the property.
And when you number the lots, you would number the spaces on the asphalt,
Yes.
not put a sign up on the adjoining building?
No. Well, there's certain laws, just the signage that basically we would have to post such that, that they recognize that they can and will be towed, by law, because they're in a public or private parking deck. And once we do, we would number them, the unit numbers. And again, I just have I had the same situation when I acquired the property down the road. And basically that's pretty much all it's taken. We've told people a couple of times that went to numbered parking spots, and we have had no issues since.
Hey, is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this matter? Are there any questions from members of the board? We've seen this project before and the design review. Yes.
It's a great project. We're looking forward to hopefully getting everything we need done to get this thing underway this year.
So what is your schedule or desired schedule?
Well, I mean, obviously we just been waiting to get through the things we need to get through. So as I'm doing that, we still have some design to complete for permanent sets. And we're wrapping up some stuff with our lenders now. My intent is for sure to start while we still have decent weather this year. So at the latest, I'm thinking would be August, September, we'd want to be underway. Maybe sooner though.
Is it your intention to market to the university community?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Very good.
Not necessarily. We are going to open some of these units will probably be a good fit for some of the university, but this is not. We're not out to. This is market rate housing. Like I think I told you guys in our last meeting, this is a level of housing I think that doesn't exist downtown. I think there's going to be a lot of people, a lot of demand for them.
Through the chair.
Mr. Suarez?
Yes. How many apartments are there going to be in the building?
33 or 36 rather. 36.
Thank you.
So about 2/3 of the units would have parking available, and the other third would find it down the street.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions from members of the committee, of the board?
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
Question, because the city owns a parking lot right next door, obviously. So you're not planning to use any of that for parking then, or for other than if it's available publicly, because that's mostly monthly parkers in that lot.
Chuck, I think what we said last time, and I talked to some different people, I think maybe even including yourself, is once we know what's available, we may be interested. So if there are some, and they would be monthly because, that's what we would be offering them for. We don't need parking for the retail end of this business. And I think we talked to you a little bit about hopefully working together to move some of the trash, location for the trash enclosures. We just haven't been able to connect over this past year. But if indeed there are other spots that are available, we'd like to, we talked with the city about it. That's why I was saying this will be a minimum of 24 units. We have opportunity for them down the road. And if we were able to work out something with the city for some additional parking spots, we could sit down and definitely have that conversation.
Through the chair.
Ms. Pastrelli, yes?
Mr. Angelilli, I'm excited to see this project finally moving forward. We have had many discussions on it, as well as, how are we going to maintain the trash in the back? And so now that things have settled down for you and not so much for us, but I'd like to circle back and continue those conversations with Chuck and our team and Hunter and how we can plan for, monitoring better with the trash and how to get you what you need going forward. But thank you for moving this project along. We really
Yep.
appreciate it.
And thank you for your support.
Are there any other questions or comments from members of the board? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion.
This is Jeff Limbian. I will move to grant the variance.
And moved by
Second.
Mr. Limbian, seconded by John R. Swires. Any further comments and discussion on the motion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank
Look
you,
forward to seeing your
everybody.
project. Okay,
Have a great day.
thank you. The second case we have before us is case number 21-08 at 28-23 West Indianola. The applicant, Donald B. Jones, requests a variance to reduce required parking spaces for an industrial research facility called Innovative Polymer Technology from 3 to 0 spaces. The property again is located at 28-32 West Indianola in a mixed-use community zoning district. Is Mr. Jones here to speak on this? Or anybody else who wishes to speak on this matter? Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this matter?
I'm sorry, I was in mute. My name is Sandra Murphy. I've been helping Mr. Jones with this project since June of last year. I think we have everything that.
Before we go on,
I'm sorry.
can you, you're speaking on this? First of all, I'd like to swear you in.
Sure.
And anyone else who wishes to speak on this, do solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes,
do.
I do.
Okay. And your name, we have Sandra's phone listed.
Yes, it's Sandra Murphy.
Sandra Murphy.
Yes.
And you are speaking as a representative of Mr. Jones? Or
Yes, he's here also. Yes.
Oh, is Mr. Jones here? Okay,
Yes, I'm
very
here.
good.
Yeah.
Yes, I swore in.
Okay. Good, I saw that. So would you tell us what you intend to do and why you are requesting a variance here?
Well, as it says, it's a research facility that he has been putting together for the past 10 years. And this is about the last, it's a green, it's a plastics, green industry. There's not going to be any sale of products. It's just a matter of trying to demonstrate technology of taking all plastics and making it into reusable material.
Okay. So could we say it's a recycling?
Recycling is a possibility for recycling without the need for sorting.
And the question before the board is the parking. This is a busy street, Indianola, and I assume that you or the employees will be parking in the building or for the coming to the business. Where do you expect to park?
On the right side of that picture you just had up there.
Okay. Now that site is, I believe, a city land bank site at this point in time, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
we discussed.
I have had discussions with Anita Davis and emails to Sharon Woodbury about him acquiring that lot next to the property. The problem that we're running into right now, it's about a year ago, at least 11 months ago, we applied for a minor alt permit. And it's coming up to a year. And the only thing that's stopping from getting the permit is the variance for the parking.
But it would be your intention to pursue an application to the city on land bank property that's
Yes.
adjacent? Is that,
Yes, yes.
I don't know, Ms. Postlery or Ms. Woodbury, whether that's something we've cities considered?
I'd have to look into it. I'm not aware
Okay.
of the application.
I know it's part of a larger assembly on Indianola and Market Street. But the case before us would be to grant the variance with the, as is, with the understanding that you may continue to pursue land adjacent for 3 parking spaces.
Yes.
Is there anything else you would like to say? You or Mr. Jones would like to say about this project?
Not necessarily, not at this moment. Like I said, Anita Davis, we've had meetings with Anita Davis, and again, we're trying to get to the stage where he can meet with Sharon Woodbury, but again, without having the minor alt permit in order to complete the work that needs to be done, it's kind of like holding him up at the moment.
Thank you. Are there any, is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this issue? Are there any questions then from members of the board?
To the chair, this is Marguerite. Could you
Marguerite.
explain a little bit more about what you're doing with the plastic? I understand you just said that it's not recycling. Is something different than that? Is that correct?
Well, basically, it has the capability of mixing plastics the way metals are mixed. And that allows for recycling.
So what he does is it goes through a machine and it comes out in the form of a powder that can then be used
For molding.
for moldings, injection moldings, for different usage, that you can take the powder itself. And so he's going to demonstrate, again, not sell, but demonstrate the technology.
Oh, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Thank you.
To the chair, Hunter.
Yes, Mr. Sasho.
Actually, Marguerite asked the question that I was firstly interested in. And as a follow-up, is there any waste material that's generated from your process?
No. What it does, it takes normally disposed plastics, and it allows you to mix these into new materials that can be used for molding new products. Normally that would be put in the landfills or whatever. And it also allows you to take plastics of known properties and mix them instead of going to a lab and have to synthesize a whole new material for required physical properties.
Okay.
Through the chair,
Ms. Postlery?
are there any environmental or land or or air quality issues that we?
No, this is a totally green technology. There's no chemicals or any kind of fumes or anything involved in the process. It's called solid state.
I'm sorry.
It's S3P, stands for solid state shear pulverization. Solid state means that the plastics never, they stay in a solid state, so there's no emissions or anything coming off of them.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Jones, will you have
yeah.
a dumpster or any of that? Because do you anticipate any waste that be taken from
No,
the building?
I don't anticipate any waste other than just general, just general, not industrial waste, but just general, just much like house waste.
Would you store that in the building until
office waste
picked
or
up?
anything like that. Pardon me?
Would you be storing that in the building and since you don't have land around the building?
We're not talking big quantities. We're talking about maybe drums, a couple of drums at a time.
Okay. But those, so would you keep those in the building until they're picked up?
Yes.
I definitely will keep them in the building.
Yes, there's a room in the back on the eastern side of the building. If you're looking, there's a door there. That's where they're going to be stored.
That's what I was anticipating. Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments on this? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion on case number 2108 to allow for the variance from 3 to 0 spaces.
I second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion on the matter? Not all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Very good. The next case on our agenda is case 2109 at 1390 Thornhill Road. The applicant, Robert Maravola, requests to appeal 2 notices of violation. One notice was issued on January 26, 2021 for a use not permitted, operating an auto repair business in an RT 5.5 1 and 2 family residential district, and one issued on February 1st, 2021 for parking a commercial vehicle in an R2, an R5.1, 5.51 and 2, 5.51 and 2 family residential zone and constructing a pole barn without a zoning permit. The applicant requests 2 variances for the pole barn, one to reduce the side and rear setbacks for the pole barn from 5 feet to 0 feet, and 2 to expand the maximum size of the accessory structure, which is a pole barn, from 890 square feet to 1,152 square feet. Again, the property in question is located at 1380 Thornhill Road in RT 5.51 and 2 family dwelling zoning district. Is there anyone here Mr. Maravola or anybody else here to present on this matter?
I'm here.
Mr. Maravola, is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this matter? Mr. Maravola, we need to swear you in. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Maravola, will you tell us about your variance request?
Okay, my situation here is I had a business down in Slippery Rock, Pennsylvania called The Brake Doctor Service Center. Unfortunately, with this epidemic we've just been going through, I shut the business down. As I shut the business down, I moved merch residents. As well, I was building a pole barn. I was unaware of all the zoning permits and everything I needed to get. At one time back here in the backyard here where I built the pole barn, there was a second home. So that's one of the reasons I didn't think I needed to get one, because there was already a
Okay, you're unmuted.
Building back
Yeah, it's
here, you know. But in the meantime, I purchased this house 5 years. Hello?
Yep.
Yeah.
Hello? Can you guys still hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. And so what I've did, I put myself on a little bit of a, 5 to 7 year project. To the east of my residence, there was 3 vacant lots. When I moved in here, I've cleaned up the lots, kept the grass cut. There were several dead trees.
We're not hearing you.
There was infested with and eliminated. And now to the north of me is a piece of property owned by the Board of Education. And I have submitted proposals in purchasing that as well, because with Thornhill, we're pretty much at one time used to be the city. Was that? We used to be the city dump at the time, and we're cleaning it up, trying to make it look halfway presentable. So, and then, you know, I just work on my own stuff and some friends and families and small engine repair here out of the garage. You know, in the meantime, I got the equipment, so I just make use of it for doing what I can do. You know, a mechanically inclined individual, because they think I'm a business and I'm not here to be a business. And then the tow truck is, I own a company, we do permit parking, which tow the vehicle or have a parking permit, we boot the vehicle. They have up to 48 hours, and after that, then we tow the vehicle away. So that's why I just purchased the tow truck, and we have it here to do repairs on it. You know, it's what, you know, I got a good deal because it's a fixer-uppers type deal. But I'm not having a tow truck for hire. It's just for our services to tow a vehicle if the people know, you know, doesn't get the boot released from their vehicle. So once we get the repairs done on it, it's going to be primarily parked at the properties that we manage in Pennsylvania.
Okay, so as I understand it, there are two questions before the board today. One is whether you can operate an auto repair business, and the other is for well, there are three issues. One is operating an auto repair business, two for parking commercial vehicles, and third for constructing a pole barn. So those are
compared to mine in the front.
These are the three issues before the board.
Through the chair, so if I'm correct, it sounds like there's two businesses in a pole barn. It sounds like he said he was doing towing, even though he's not a tow company, but he was towing and using the spot for tow, as well as an auto repair, and constructed a pole barn. If I can ask Laura or Mike to speak on this, on any previous.
Can anybody hear me? Hello? Can anybody hear me?
Yes, this is, did you get sworn in? You're listed as Ed. What is your last?
Correct.
Who are you, sir?
I can hear you.
Canistra. I'm representing Evelyn Deitch.
Tell me, how do you spell your last name?
Cannistra.
Mr. Canistra, did you? I don't recall swearing you in. Will you raise your right hand and be sworn in? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Very good. Mr. Canistra, and tell us who you're representing and what your point of view is.
Evelyn Deitch. Elvira Deitch. She's my grandmother. She's been in at 1388 for 76 years. And our concern is there's so many vehicles in the front. He has stated he's only doing it for family and friends. The tow truck is hidden behind the building. If you weren't afraid to just doing it for friends and family, we don't need to hide things. And his neighbor, lot number 27937 is the property line. This building exceeds 23 feet behind that property line. It's the Board of Education's property, is which there was a school there at one time, and that's the property it's on. We don't mind anybody trying to get ahead and doing things to help people out. But the pole barn was put up illegally. It wasn't built proper. And when he goes down and find out the building codes to build a pole barn, standing 14 feet tall, it would never have passed.
Also, on that note, I mean, I'm not here to argue or anything, but your grandmother's garage is also built on the property of the Board of Education as well.
Well, we're not, Mr. We're not here to
if you look at
discuss
the-
a case that's not before the matter, before the body. The case before the body is your property.
The states on here showing that. Okay, I understand, but if his grandmother did the same thing. But I'm not, I'm just,
Okay.
I mean, this area has been tore up. I mean, I'm here cleaning up the neighborhood.
Thank you.
It's not being cleaned up with 10 cars in front.
Okay, gentlemen.
Hold
Thank you
I'm
very
not here
much.
to argue.
Thank you very
Your
much.
uncle came home drunk
Wait, I'm
and
gonna
hit the
mute,
fence.
I'm
Thank
gonna
you.
mute so the chair can have the floor.
Thank you. I would like to hear from Laura Fulmer or Mike Durkin on the case as I've seen it. Ms. Fulmer?
Through the chair, I'm here.
Yes. Now you have inspected the property in question.
Yes, there's 3 violations. The first one is operating a business in a residential zone. The second is parking a commercial vehicle in a residential zone. And the third is constructing a pole barn without a zoning permit. Those are the nature of the 3 violations. And he wishes,
when did you go out and inspect the property?
it's been ongoing that I've been inspecting it,
Okay.
waiting for it to go to the Board of Zoning Appeals. So as far as the appeal, he's appealing the business in a residential zone and he's appealing the commercial vehicle. And he's asking for a variance for the garage. The garage is already built, mostly. So I just wanted the board to know that. And he's asking for the variance after the fact. There's no zoning or building permits for that pole barn per se, I should say pole barn versus garage. And it exceeds the size and the setbacks are not correct for the zone.
Do you have any photographs of this?
Yes, I've taken photographs.
I'm going to suggest that this be tabled, that there actually should be 2 cases, one on the pole barn and one on the business. And that we have a more complete presentation of particularly the pole barn than a screenshot of a Google Earth. Perhaps members of the board would want to inspect the site, but I think there's a set of issues here, and I'd like to suggest that the board have a more complete presentation by the staff as well, since it seems to be something of a tangled situation.
Hunter, to the chair, this is Laura. So as I had said, he's appealing the 2 notices of violation. We're looking for the board to uphold the violation or not uphold the violation on that. And as far as the pole barn, to grant a variance or not to grant a variance for the size of the pole barn and the setbacks. So we arrange the cases as they should be as far as numbering and subject matter. So I think that's okay as far as it all being under one case because it's all one address. We can stipulate in the ruling what we uphold and what we don't uphold. I think that's okay.
Through the chair, Jeff Limbian.
Yes, Mr. Limbian.
I would agree with Hunter Morrison. I think that this matter is complicated and obviously an incendiary issue that requires some studies. So I make a motion to table all matters at this time.
Move to table.
Through the chair,
Yes, Ms. Fosterly.
I'd like, with respect to what I'm hearing here, I also want to make sure if we're tabling this, what is the permission to continue this operation? If we're tabling this matter, are we halting any operations going forward on this property until a determination has been made?
I believe to that question, and Mr. Limbian may correct me on that matter, I think if you table it to a date certain, which would be the May meeting, the applicant would be basically operating in violation, but the city would have taken no action. To take action, we need the variance to be granted or denied. I'm also going to suggest that the case be split into case 2109A and B, that A deals with the auto repair and the parking of commercial vehicles, which are related, and B deals with the pole barn of an existing building. One's a use variance and the other is a building variance. And so I'm going to suggest that it be brought back in the May meeting, that all the facts be gathered, including the record of prior citations, and that and whether or not the use is operating on Board of Education land, which was alleged, and that the matter be more thoughtfully, or not thoughtfully, thoroughly presented as two cases, at A and B. But that it be tabled to a date certain in May, and in that case, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Limbian, in that case, the applicant would continue to operate in apparent violation for another month. Mr. Swires?
Well, that's what I want to address. How can you operate if you got notice of violations and you don't have the proper, stuff in place? I would think we'd have to, I'm not looking to close any businesses up, but I would think that he wouldn't be able to operate until we got this thing straightened out.
Mr. Limbian, can you opine on that?
It would be my belief that he would be operating in violation of the law, and that he'd be sent a cease and desist letter, and then he not be permitted to continue to operate.
Through the chair, I just want to make sure that's clear, because it appears that there have been violation notices sent and the business continued to operate. So if we're saying that as of the citation, that is a cease and desist to operate, I want to make it clear in this meeting that Mr. Marvarola cannot operate this business until, the recommendation of this board.
I'd concur with that.
No, we've had a motion to table to a date certain, to May, with the understanding that the applicant would receive a cease and desist during that period of pendency. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's correct. Yes.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed?
I'm
Motion
opposed.
carries. Mr. Sashow is opposed. And who made the motion to table?
Limbian.
Yeah,
Limbian.
Limbian.
And if I'm not mistaken, a motion to table does not require a second. Is that correct? Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
not sure what Robert's rules say. I thought in the past we've given a motion and a second on table and items, because not necessarily a second, just need maybe a motion, but we can check parliamentary procedures.
Okay. Well, let's be clear about that then. There's a motion by Mr. Limbian. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll make the
Mr.
second.
Swires. Been moved and seconded to table to the meeting in May, the May meeting. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed?
Opposed
Said-
to the table.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Marvola. We'll see you in May. I expect a letter to cease operations until that time.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
if I could, just so for clarification for the body, will we have better details of his operations, and if he's open to letting us see what he's doing. I have several of these already throughout the city where individuals have kind of a side mechanic shop. And like you say, more pictures, or I'm a visual person. I like to see what's going on out there. But I think it's all fair to the neighbors. If this has become, if he's outgrown that location, we really need to rein that in and talk about where he may best fit, and maybe not this neighborhood anymore. Okay.
Very good. What is your suggestion, Mayor, is that we have further communications with Mr. Marvola? Will the city have further communications about an alternative location, perhaps?
Mr. Chairman, absolutely right. I like Mr. Marvola if he would set up a time where we can come out and see the location. Maybe not myself, but Laura and her team, to assess it and give us a visual of what he's talking about, and where the violations have been alleged, and or where he's saying that this is what he wants to do. I like to see. I'm a visual person.
Mr. Marvola, I believe you're muted. Can you unmute, Mr. Marvola? Mr. Marvola, are you open to a site visit?
Let me try again. Okay. Go ahead and try to unmute. There you go.
Did it work? Hello?
Yes.
Mr. Marvola, yes.
Yes.
Mayor,
Okay,
the mayor
you guys
suggested a site visit.
Yes, you guys are more than welcome to come here at any time. Like I said,
We were breaking up, but I assume.
I just want to be able to work on my stuff. So you guys are more than welcome to come here, and I can show you guys. I'm not here hiding nothing. More than welcome. I'll
Very good.
provide pizza. But here I'm not hiding nothing. You guys, whatever you guys.
Okay, we will be in touch with you, Mr. Marvola. Thank you for understanding.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thank you guys for help educate me.
Very good. This case is concluded. The next case is case 2110. This is located at 2214 Logan Avenue. This is a request by Clarence Thingpen to appeal a notice of violation of use not permitted of operating an auto repair business in an RS 7.2 single family residential zone, which was issued on February 9th, 2021. Again, the property is located at 2208 Logan Avenue and 2214 Logan Avenue, and a vacant lot on Logan on an RS 7.2 single family zoning district. Before we get going, is there anyone who wishes to speak on this matter?
Yes, I would like to. My name is Felicia Mitchell.
Tanisha Mitchell, would you raise your right hand and be sworn in?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Ms. Mitchell, can you give us your address, and are you the representative? Are you the owner or representative of the owner, or a neighbor?
I'm actually a neighbor. I'm a landlord. I own the building 20 Lauderdale, and it's kind of sits right on the side of the property of the Logan house. And I'm not for sure. I never said that he was operating a repair shop or anything like that. I'm not for sure what he's doing, but it's a lot of, he has old dogs and a lot of older cars just like sitting there. It looked like a junkyard. And because of that, rats and moles and stuff like that gets over into my tenant's house. And I have a tenant that she has cancer and she has 2 little kids. And while she was in the hospital, rats were in the house and they actually ate the cords on the refrigerator. We constantly are putting things down, but they keep coming back because he still have all that stuff over there.
So,
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Ms. Mitchell, you're speaking to the, to a potential health violation as well.
Correct. Yes. And then my tenant also told me that he burns stuff, and whatever it is he's burning, it makes a dark smoke and it chokes them. The kids can't even go outside and play because of different things. It's not like every day. It's just different things. Something happening every day. But we're also having problems with.
So you're speaking to an environmental issue as well, air quality issue, perhaps,
Correct.
with this open burning. Okay. Is there anything else you want to say on this matter? Appreciate your testimony.
No, that's it.
Ms. Fulmer, let me ask you this. This speaks to two properties and a vacant lot on Logan. Is the vacant lot on Logan across the street? Because the Google Earth suggests that there's
Yes,
cars being
to the chair.
repaired.
Yes, it is across the street. However, I cited the 3 contiguous lots on Logan, not the vacant lots across the street, as he does not own those.
Okay.
Mhm.
Is Mr. Thingpen here to speak on this? It appears the applicant has not chosen to testify. Is anyone else who wishes to speak on the matter? Are there any questions from members of the board? If not, I'd entertain a motion.
Through the chair. So
Dashow, yeah.
we're not going to hear from the person who filed the appeal. Who did we hear from?
We heard from Tanisha Mitchell, who is the owner of an adjoining property, her testimony is that the tenant in that property has experienced a rat invasion and also is suffering from the open burning that takes place, and these are issues that should be taken up with the health department.
So so she wasn't testifying on behalf of the person filing the appeal then? She was?
No, I'm actually, I actually had the city come out and put pellets and stuff out, and then I got a letter from you guys asking me to, okay.
So you're testifying, to be clear, Ms. Mitchell, you're testifying in opposition to the granting of a variance.
Correct.
And there's no one here to speak on behalf of Mr. Thingpen and be in favor of the variance. That appears to be the situation.
Yeah, Hunter?
Mr. Deek?
I believe Thingpen tried to connect. Maybe there's some technical difficulties, but just want to let you know that I've seen the name come through and the individual's not in the room right now.
Okay. Well,
Through the chair.
Ms. Turner.
Councilman Turner. Hi, Councilman Turner.
Go ahead.
I'm under the impression that this was an appeal from the violations that he has received. Is that correct?
Right. That's what it says.
Yes.
Yep.
So I don't, I would like to request that because this has been such a huge nuisance in the community across the street, in his yard, to the neighbors adjoining, that, we do not honor the appeal that he's been.
I'm having a little hard trouble hearing you, but are you saying, Councilwoman, that you're recommending disapproval of this? Mr. Limbian.
May I ask a point of order?
Yes.
I was fully prepared.
We can't hear you, Jeff.
Mr.
A
Limbian,
motion by coincidence complied with the council probation, and it's a small reservation. Is that better?
yes, better.
Hello?
Yes.
My only reservation, I was fully
Mr. Lemon, you're breaking up again.
Mr. Chairman,
Mayor Brown.
while Mr. Lembian's getting maybe in a better spot or better location, what I think I believe is this gentleman was issued a violation and he appealed the violation because he was operating a mechanic shop. And I think it's up to the board to deny his appeal. It is not a permitted use, and it definitely appears to be a nuisance to the community. And I've taken a ride by this location as well. So that would be my recommendation, to deny his appeal it is not permitted as an auto repair business.
That is correct, Mayor. It is a single family zoning district. Is that a motion to deny?
Yes.
Is there a second to the motion? Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second it.
Mr. Swires, thank you. It's been moved by Mayor Brown, seconded by Mr. Swires to deny this motion, or deny this request for to operate an auto repair business in a residential district. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries.
Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman,
Mr. Brown.
just for clarification for the neighbor and the neighborhood, if we can give a brief synopsis of what's the next step to remove this blight and or shut down this auto repair shop. What's our next step, just to give for everyone who's on the call, as well as the neighbor who's dealing with this nuisance, where do we go as a city if I don't see Mr. Lembian back on legally? What's our next step for removing this blight?
Mr. Lembian or Mr. Durkin? Can we answer the mayor's question? Mr. Durkin, what is the next step?
To the chair, this is Laura.
Yes,
What
Laura.
did you need answered?
The mayor asks a question on behalf of the neighborhood. What is the next step to remediate this situation?
So since the notice of violation was upheld, it's possible that we could seek prosecution at this point, or do an abatement on the property. Since we've exhausted all the notices of violation with 4 notices, and we have issued a zoning fine of $1,600.
Through the chair, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
And last year, to add to what Laura is saying, last year, litter control, the community police, and code enforcement did a heavy lift in cleaning up some of the issues. The landlord, but the tenant appeared to be complying and then began to stop. So the city has exhausted all of their possibilities and all the resources. So the next step after the $1,600 fine is criminal prosecution, and it has gotten to that point, unfortunately.
Very good. Does this answer your question, Mayor? Yeah.
Yes, it is actually. That's what I just wanted for clarification to be on the record for us to know that that's what's our next step. So we're all clear on this call.
I would also, thank you. I would also suggest we engage the health department if there are issues having to do with rats or open burning. The city also inspect on that basis. Okay, this matter has been adjudicated. I'd like to move on then to the next item, which is 21-11, which is located at 1519 Lynn Avenue. It's a request by Charles and Louise Hull to appeal a notice of violation for widening or altering an existing driveway and constructing a new driveway without a zoning appeal. Permit, sorry. It was issued on January 27th, 2021. The applicants request a variance to allow the extension of a driveway to consist of gravel differing from the existing concrete driveway when the code requires all materials be congruent. The property, again, is located at 1519 Lynn Avenue in an RS 7.2 single-family zoning district. The Howells here, is anyone who wishes to discuss it? Very good. We have Charles and Louise Howell. Are there anybody else who wishes to speak on this matter? If not, I'll just swear you in. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Very good. Can you present your case, sir?
Yes, thank you for hearing our request. We purchased the property at 1519, single-family home at 1519 Lynn Avenue in October for our son, Greg Hogate, who works at the Rich Center at YSU, and his wife and daughter. He was subsequently joined by his brother, who moved here from Oregon and needed a place to stay. And they are very quiet. They're both pursuing advanced degrees, and they have the young child, but they did have a shortage of parking. So we consulted our landscaper, and he advised a bed of gravel, which would extend an existing gravel spot on the that was adjacent to the sidewalk. So there was existing gravel spot with some plantings, and he recommended putting in more gravel and extending that to the front of the house where there was also a gravel bed. So it would essentially be consistent with the other landscaping. We did not realize this would be considered an extension of the driveway. So we certainly apologize for our oversight in that. And we and that looks like the house without the extra, but I can pull up a photograph of what we added. So let me share and pull up that photograph. There's the share button.
Ricky or Nick, have you allowed him to share?
Yes.
Very good, thank you.
And get the you should be able to see that there.
Okay.
And see, there's the driveway. He put in a stone border to, make a clear delineation from the grass. We thought that would also be more attractive than having extra concrete there at that location. And let me see if I can get the view from the house looking down to the street. I believe this is it. So there's the house looking down from the street, and you'll see this was the existing planting, and we wanted to kind of extend the stone border to keep it neat. And that way the young man could park his personal vehicle there. And, after he moves out, we can put some more plantings along this area. So we really wanted to avoid the extra concrete. We also noted that there was some other similar construction in the neighborhood, and I'm going to just show you a couple of photographs. This is in the same neighborhood. I'm not sure of the address. Our son took this picture through his car window, but you'll see there's a gravel extension here from the sidewalk without edging. And then another example is this, where the gravel has been used to extend the driveway and extend even on the city property to widen this. And it also does not have an edging. So we thought it was kind of consistent with the neighborhood, and would also improve the look of the property more than having some concrete there. So I'll just stop sharing that. I guess I could show you the site plan, which might be relevant to our conversation.
Yep,
and
that would be very helpful.
Let me see. So I don't have the dimensions in here. I think I hand wrote them in afterward, but this is the addition. This was the existing gravel planting. This is the sidewalk. Let's see. Down here is the street. That's the street. That's the grass between the sidewalk and the street. The driveway would be here. There's another bed of plantings here, and this is the edge of the house, and there's a concrete porch up here. So hope I've presented that in a way that's intelligible. Are there any questions, or let me stop sharing? Oh, thank you.
Well, this is a very thorough presentation, and you're suggesting that that additional landscaping could be put in, or at some point in time, you or the succeeding property owner could certainly take the gravel out much more easily than taking concrete out.
That's what we thought, yes.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item? Are there any questions from members of the board? Did I hear some? Monica Bakes, yep.
This is Deborah Gizzarelli. I live across the street, and these people had papaya grass, cut it down and let it blow all over everybody's yard.
Wait a minute before we start. I don't believe you were sworn in. Were you sworn in?
No.
Okay. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, and your list is Monica Bakes. Is that your name?
No, my name's Deborah Gizzarelli.
And how do you spell your name, Ms. Gizzarelli?
Gizzarelli.
Ms. Gizzarelli, where are you?
She's with me. This is Monica Bakes. I live next door.
Monica Bakes. Okay, were you sworn in?
No.
All right, that's why I said at the beginning, all those who wish to speak on this matter should be sworn in. Ms. Bakes, do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And you are the adjoining property owner?
No, I'm across the street. I'm adjoining to Deborah.
Okay, you and Deborah live across the street?
No, yeah, we live across the street from the
subject property. Okay, what is your testimony on this matter?
Well, I don't see it very pleasing looking to see someone's Jeep sitting in the front yard of a house. And there's a Jeep parked there constantly. And excuse me, ordinance is an ordinance. If you have a brick concrete driveway, you have to addition concrete and you have to get a permit. But excuse me, that does not excuse of what it's going to look like. The driveways here could fit 5 or 6 cars in it. Why do you need one in the front? We have tremendously long driveways on this street.
Well, I can speak to that.
Ms. Howell?
My son had to move here from Portland to get away from the protests and all. But he has PTSD, and he also has a service dog, and he needs to be able to leave when he can. So if they park in line, then he can't get out. But there's not 5 or 6 cars. There are 3.
Yeah, it's a very narrow driveway, and it does not.
A driveway for 5 or 6 cars. Maybe
Yes,
I
if you
should
like.
park 3 cars across my front yard.
Excuse me, please.
Yeah.
It's the chair. Mr. Howell?
Yeah, it is a long driveway. It's a very narrow driveway. So if there were multiple cars parked there, then all of the cars behind the car that wants to exit have to be driven out onto the street. This is a street with young children on it. They have a 5-year-old, and I think it's really safer the way we've made it. We couldn't put it in back because there is a fence adjoining the driveway in back, and so that would just not really be feasible. But we apologize for the grass blowing. That was certainly unacceptable, but we have hired a professional landscaper to mow the lawn and to take care of those items in a professional manner.
Well, I just don't see it aesthetically beautiful.
There's some, is there some additional landscaping, Ms. Bakers, that would, or, Ms.
Debbie.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, my issue is an ordinance unless you're gonna change it across the board. Like he had showed 2 other pictures of people that do have gravel and, don't look nice. When's it gonna end? How far is it gonna go? I guess that's my concern. Who's next to do it? We are on a dead end. We do not get that much traffic, and there are only on our end, there's only 3 children that live. The rest are elderly people. So that's my only concern. Is an ordinance, and unless you're going to change it across the board, I don't think it's fair.
So this is a variance meeting, which is also part of ordinances, and that's what we're asking.
Yeah.
Well, that's my only concern is if they're going to do that 5 houses up from us, they added on and they did it the correct way. They have blacktop, and the addition is also blacktop. So, and I don't know who else is gonna comment or contact after this meeting's over. I do know we have that option.
So Ms. Bakers, if the applicant came in with a concrete extension of the driveway, you would have no objection? Is that what I'm hearing?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. If that's the law. Now, if I'm misunderstanding.
Well, that's the law, but there's also a variance.
Okay.
That has been requested by the applicant. That's his right to request a variance, citing special or unique situations or conditions. So exactly the reason that the Howells were cited is because there was a violation, but there's also opportunity within the law for the applicant or the person who receives a violation notice to appeal that notice and present the case, and also an opportunity for the neighbors to comment on that case. So that's why we're here today.
And I understand that. And, we try to keep even though we are a dead end, we try to keep our yard, looking the best that we can. And like I said, there are a lot of elderly people that live on this part of Lynn. So,
Chair, may I ask a question?
Mr. Limbian, yes.
Thank you. I was having some phone difficulty, but am I correct in understanding that the requesters of the variance intend to put up shrubbery to block the gravel pad, so to speak, from view at the street level?
Well, we want to leave open that option. The gravel is consistent with the gravel that's already there at the very end, adjacent to the sidewalk where there are plantings. So we would like to have the option of adding plantings going up toward the house later.
Would you consider doing that now to mitigate any neighborly concerns?
Well, this is a kind of a 2-year plan for our kids to be here together, and we're kind of, waiting to see who's going where. I have one son finishing up a master's. So that's not an immediate plan. We could put a bush out there if that would help.
So it's not clear. Would you be proposing to reverse this at a later date, or just leave the gravel and put concrete in, take it out?
Well, we would either reverse it, take out the stone, or do plantings there after either one brother or the other leaves.
Through the chair.
Just wires.
Yeah, unfortunately or fortunately, I was a councilman and I sponsored this legislation because it was much needed. And I won't deny the pictures that they showed of other ones. I think it needs to be enforced more, but it clearly states you're allowed 10 feet away from your existing driveway in the frontage. I understood that there was people, living in houses and there's more than 1 or 2 cars. So I understood that, but it specifically says it has to be the same as whatever the original the original driveway is. So, I mean, I don't know if they went and looked and see if there was an ordinance or if they checked with anybody. It's clearly there, and that's why the violation happened, because it's clearly an ordinance and it's been around for, I would say, probably 20 years.
Well, we just consulted the landscaper about options. We didn't realize that that would be considered part of the driveway. And I guess I assumed that the landscaper who's done work for Gerardo Reyes, who's done a lot of work in the city as well. In fact, he's worked in the house on that street. So I didn't realize that. We should have done our research. You're right, Mr. Suarez, but we unfortunately didn't.
We are
And
not.
actually, the reality is you have to take your drawing down just like you had and take that down to the city and show them that. So you're actually getting permission to be able to do that.
We realized we should have done that. That's correct. That's why we requested this variance hearing.
And as soon as we were notified, we submitted all of our paperwork. Neither of us have lived here, 20 years. I've only been here for about 5.
Mr. Squires, how would you, as the maker of the sponsor of the original legislation, and is there an action that you would recommend today?
No, I would have to say they just have to make it concrete like the rest of it. I wish that the city would look at a lot more of these things that are happening and address them right away. So I'm not saying that they're the only ones that's doing that, but I believe that the intent of the ordinance, and council passed that ordinance, was to make it the same as whatever the existing driveway was. We give them the ability to take part of their front yard and turn it into an additional parking area. So I don't have any other remedy other than to get it done. I mean, that's my thoughts.
To the chair.
Sasha.
I agree with Mr. Squires. I mean, the purpose of the appeal was to see if the violation was issued in error. It clearly wasn't. He showed us a picture of the driveway. As a matter of fact, all those driveways that he showed us, wherever they were, are all in violation, looks like. I didn't hear any compelling reason as to why he did not pour concrete. Other than just not knowing and not getting a permit. So I don't see any other fix than to just pour the concrete driveway extension. That's clearly what the ordinance states. It's not I don't think it's something that we want to start allowing. It's going to set a precedence that I don't think a road we don't want to go down.
Absolutely.
Through the chair.
Ms. Postuli.
I agree with Mr. Suarez and Mr. Shasho. The purpose of the hearing in the board is to make sure that we uphold what is in writing and what the recommendations are through this committee. Saying that and hearing that, Mr. and Mrs. Howe, do you have plans to pour concrete? If not, I think we need to determine what the timeline is for pouring that concrete or reverting it back. And how can the city assist you either way?
Well, if the board votes to deny our request for a variance, we will have to pour the concrete. I do think that aesthetic considerations would make this a much less desirable option for the property and for the neighborhood. But concrete, taking up lawn for concrete is both in terms of sustainability and in terms of aesthetics is maybe not the most desirable approach, but that's what we'll do if we need to do it. And I know that we can have the rocks removed and put in concrete, and that'd be what we have to do. It's not winter now, so it's not the ground is not frozen. So
the only restriction we have is being able to schedule it. And as you all know, the people that do this kind of stuff are busy this time of year, but we will do it as soon as possible if that's what's requested.
That's reasonable.
Through the chair.
Brown.
I just would say maybe there's a consideration and a time span that we can work with the Howells and figure out if they've set up an appointment or have a contractor scheduled, and then we can get it to where they're in compliance. I hear Ms. Howell really well. Finding contractors right now through COVID. The good thing is that they're busy. The bad thing is that they're busy during this time. They're getting work. People are having work done. And so I would say let's the board be a reasonable thought on doing this, and we can revisit this process or their request once if they comply, giving them some time. And I don't know what the time would be. Mrs. Shasho, I would probably lend your expertise of what it would take if you called a contractor right now, and if I'm the Howells, I'm calling 3 or 4. You're working on their schedule to give you a quote, and then it's about getting the job done. So I think if we can see that they're making that effort, ironically, Mr. and Mrs. Howell, that's never mind. I'll talk about that later at a later date, the names. Just for clarity, we just want to make sure that for you to, I heard you say 2 years. I know the board, and that would be not my desire to give you 2 years. What would be a reasonable time for you to find a contractor and get your property under contract from now until when?
Well, I think we would start looking this week, and I would anticipate we get quotes within 2 weeks and select one. And but then I don't know what the time frame would be for actually doing the work. I think that would depend on how busy that contractor was that we selected. And I've never had a driveway poured before, honestly.
Through the chair.
Possibly.
I think in all fairness, we can follow back with them in 2 months and see what progress has been made. If there's at least a contact made and what their time frame is with scheduling, and then we just go from there. I think it's our responsibility to stay in contact with the House to make sure the project is moving forward. And like Mayor said, so that they're in compliance and so that we don't have to, recite them for something that they're working towards rectifying for the city.
Thank you, Ms. Bosterly. Should we keep in contact with you?
We can start with me and I'll direct you to the right person.
Okay, great. Terrific. I appreciate that.
So I just want to
quickly, huh?
I just want to make it clear that it's still going to be a Jeep, that's parked in the driveway. Not liking the style of a person's Jeep, we can't change that. And I also want to say, and I know this isn't quite directly associated with this, but it's been really tough living in this neighborhood. From the time my son parked his pod, there were complaints that I think it was 2 days there, and the neighbors have not been friendly. They've been unkind, and we will probably sell the houses, soon as our kids get settled. This has not been a good experience for us.
That's very disheartening to hear, Mrs. Howell.
Likewise.
Very disheartening.
Likewise.
Very disheartening to hear.
They're good kids and they're not doing anything but just trying to get through school.
I don't know who.
I would recommend maybe a meeting with your council person to talk with your neighbors and see how we can come, to a better understanding of how to be neighborly.
So we had a big storm and all this trash flew in my kid's yard and they picked it up. That's what they did.
We all had trash in our yard.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, we'll be in touch, Ms. Busterly. Thank you.
Well, we have to have
Make a motion.
Yes. Who has made a motion? Is there a motion made?
Mr. Chair, I would move to, I'll move to deny the appeal and deny the variance request in case number 21-11.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mayor Brown. It's been moved by Mr. Sasho, seconded by Mayor Brown, to deny case 21-11. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, signify by saying
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mrs. Howell. The next case on the before us is case 21-12, request by Ryan Van Duzen to appeal a notice of violation of not permitted operating a used car lot business in a RS12 single-family residential zone issued on November 17, 2020. The applicant requests a variance to allow the extension of a driveway to be consistent of gravel differing from existing concrete driveway when the code requires all materials be congruent. The property in question is located at 1316 Bearsden Road, in RS12 single-family zoning district. Is Mr. Van Duzen here? Mr. Van Duzen, thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on this matter?
I do.
Mr. Smith, okay. Mr. Ed Smith and Mr. Brian Van Duzen. You need to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
I do.
Very good. And there's somebody else connecting from an iPhone, Rick. Mr. Van Duzen, can you tell us your position on this case?
Oh, sure. And I'll be brief. Good afternoon, Mayor and other members of the board. Just to address should we address the used car issue first, or should we talk about the driveway?
Let's take it in order of the citation. So let's take the not permitted use of a used car sales lot.
Right. I'm not exactly sure how that incorrect assessment was made, but that is 100% not the situation that's going on. Just because I have multiple vehicles, I own multiple vehicles in my personal name that have valid registrations. The police have come on 2 occasions and checked that. And I've spoken with Laura, I believe. I may be on 2 different Zooms because my other computer with all my documentation to present has frozen. So I just left it alone and logged on another one. However, I'm not and do not wish to operate a used car lot and have not those vehicles parked in my residence or my personal vehicles, me and my children.
Okay.
And if I was selling them, the same vehicles have been parked there for quite some time. I'd be a terrible salesman if that was the case. I mean, incidentally, I own Austintown Autos Sales and Service on the corner of Meridian and 4 Mile Run. So I wouldn't, if I wanted to sell a car, I'll take it to my car lot. I have a dealership license in Ohio and in PA, so I would not need to run the business from my home.
So you're alleging that this violation was made in error, that you are not operating a business. Is that correct?
100%.
While we focus on that, Ms. Fulmer, did you do the citation?
To the chair, yes, I did.
And you have determined that this is a used car lot. What's the basis for that?
There was testimony to the chair from folks that had stopped by to look at cars. We also had the community police out there, at which time a flatbed came to deliver cars, and also viewing the property with many different cars. Now, I will say that in the last, I would say, couple weeks, that the activity has died down. There are less cars there, I would say very few. And I wanted to mention, we also have the other issue of the driveway on the agenda. Okay.
I know, we're taking up the car lot first.
Right, I'd like to address and just offer my position. Whoever did this investigation and made this assessment were not thorough. I own a towing company. That was my International 4300 flatbed. the cars that were transported could be for my business or my personal. However, my vehicles were not parked on my property. I'm a Pennsylvania State Constable. I have a black cruiser that's parked on the end of the lot. I've had people knock on my door to ask me would I sell it. There was never been a sign on the property for sale. There's never been a sign on the vehicle. There's never been any vehicle that was not inspected and entitled to my name at all. So if someone knocks on your door, some random person and says, hey, you want to sell a vehicle? I'm in the car sales business. Okay, that doesn't mean I'm running it from my business. I had random people constantly knock on my door and say, hey, look, are you selling these vehicles? And 90% of the time my answer is no. Now I have sold a few of those vehicles, but I've sold them on my car lot, and I wouldn't need to utilize my home for that. I'm not understanding that, because the assessment is incorrect. I have an office, a 2-bay garage with 2 mechanics, and I can have 42. I'm in my car lot now. I have 42 spaces for vehicles. I don't need to use my house. I have twin boys that drive. I drive, and my ex drives. So I happen to have 2 cars. I have a Mercedes and a Lexus, and then my sons have a Ford Explorer and an Element. And the police came and ran all the plates, and they came back to me. There was no temp plates. There was no for sale signs. I would like to, and the flatbed was mine. I could prove the flatbed was mine.
Very good.
Through the chair.
Mr. Swires.
Yes, through chair. How many total vehicles do you have at your house, for one question?
Now I just have 3.
Okay, because I think there's a limited amount that you can actually have.
Right.
I want to think it's 6, but I'm not 100% sure. Second of all, you say you have a flatbed that you're using and parking in your driveway?
No, sir, I don't park it in my driveway. I actually sold the flatbed.
Okay.
It was an International 4300. If I came home for lunch or something, I may have parked it temporarily. That vehicle has never been there for more than 24 hours overnight.
Because that's illegal to have that big of a vehicle.
Absolutely. I was told that, and I was aware of that, sir.
Okay.
So that's why we haven't seen it anymore.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any?
Through the chair.
Mayor Brown, yes.
Just for education and clarification for those who don't know, and it's a question for me to know. As you are a licensed car salesperson, when you have a car, whether you bought it from auction or you have it in your possession, is it in your name or would it be in your business name, or is there like a kind of a hybrid or kind of a place where it sits before you sell it, or would they all be tagged in your direct name, or would they be in your business name?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, it would be in my business name.
Okay.
I'm purchasing on behalf of the Limited Liability Corporation, and I pay taxes to such for that corporation name. As an individual, you cannot. I'm not sure in Ohio. I know in PA you can't register and sell multiple vehicles in your name because you'll need a license. I'm assuming in Ohio it's the same. However, any vehicle we purchase it under the federal tax ID number and our Ohio County vendor number, and absolutely not in my name. We sell a high volume of vehicles, and I would not be purchasing those vehicles in my personal name at all, unless I intend to keep those vehicles, insure them, operate them, and drive them for me or my family.
In direct response, Ms. Fulmer, when we did the follow-up, or we went through, and maybe this is a question you can't answer, but our community police, when we ran the tags, did they come back to him personally or to his business that were in his driveway, other than the flatbed?
Through the chair to the mayor, to answer that directly, I would have to check with the community police officer on that for sure. It's been a little while now, but the signs pointed to that the notice of violation was warranted based on the investigations at that time. And you also can have vehicles in your name and still be, selling them. So that's not always a telltale sign as to whether the activity is happening or not. If the cars are in their name or not. It was through a lot of personal observation and viewing the property and, kind of keeping an eye on it.
Right. Just to respond briefly, that is true. However, that's not how I practice business. I don't need to have the vehicles in my name because I have a business and I have to pay taxes, and that would not go toward my personal tax liability. In addition to that, I would not, I can't execute the sales and the transfer of vehicles in my personal name as easy as I would for my business. So I understand there's been observation. The community police officer did come past. One of the first things he did, because he told me he lives around the corner, one of the first things he did was he ran the registrations. I'm sure if he was here today, he would be able to testify that all these vehicles came back in my personal name, and all these vehicles have been at that residence on a long-term basis without documentation or signage stating that they're for sale.
Okay. Well, thank you. I think we've heard a lot of testimony of the fact that you're not operating a business on this. I would think that the board may want to consider denying you the permission to operate a business. And that may be moot. Mr. Squires has raised the question of how many vehicles you're permitted to have on a parcel. I don't know if Ms. Fulmer has the answer to that, but it does seem like there's an awful lot of cars in a residential neighborhood, and if you're exceeding the limit of the number of cars that a single-family residence can have, then you should reduce the number of cars you're storing on you're parking on the lot for resident members of the family.
For sure. We only have the maximum we have was 5 to 6 cars maximum at any given time parked there at any given time.
Well, we can certainly clarify that matter in terms of a code review, but sounds like the number of cars, the number of operations appears that you may be inadvertently muddying the waters here in terms of you're running a business or you love cars. Your family loves cars, you have a number of cars. I'm going to suggest, in the interest of time, that you take this matter up of operating a used car lot and deny it, so that there's clarification that you're not permitted to do what you say you're not doing. But the board has acted to be clear that you cannot operate a used car business on that site.
Right. I was fully aware of that, but I just wanted the variance was not for that process. The variance was for the gravel.
Well, we're taking up, again, this is one of those situations where there are two matters on the same address. So I'm going to suggest that the board act on the first matter, which is the violation that you've been cited for of operating a used car dealership, and deny that. You should be happy with that because you say you're not doing it anyway. And then we can turn to the driveway. Is there a motion to deny the permission to operate a used car lot at 1316 Bearstead Road?
I have a question. Sorry.
Mr. Shasho, yes.
If we deny the appeal, then that means he pays the fine, right?
If he's in fact, well, I would. I don't know the answer to that question.
Jeff?
How would you recommend?
I wanted to clarify. Could I clarify something, please, just for my understanding?
Yes.
I got cited for something that was incorrect. I've never, if it's been misinterpreted that I'm coming to the board to ask permission, that is not the case. I'm coming to the board to inform the board that I will not, and definitely am not intending to operate a car business at my house when I have a fully operational car business. So I would respectfully request that it would be dismissed. I have no intention. I don't want to interpret that I'm asking for some permission for something that I'm not.
Very good.
I think
that's another option.
I don't know if Jeff can chime in on this, but I was of the understanding that if someone's appealing a violation if we uphold the appeal, then that means that that it was issued in error, and he was not, in fact, operating a used car operation there. So that would mean we would uphold the appeal. If we deny the appeal, then that means the appeal's denied, the violation stands, and you pay the fine. Jeff, am I wrong?
So I believe you're not wrong.
Right. That's
So
correct.
to move forward on this, Mr. Shashow, could you make a motion that would be appropriate?
For the first part of this, I would suggest, I would make a motion just to get something on the floor, that we grant and uphold the appeal for the violation that was issued for operating a used car sales lot on case 21-12.
Second.
Moved and seconded to uphold the appeal on 21-12 regarding the used car lot. Is there any further discussion on the matter? Not all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Now let's turn to the second item on this case, which is the extension of the driveway consisting of gravel, similar to the previous case. Mr. Van Duzen, you want to speak to that?
Absolutely, and I'll be brief again. Thank you for hearing me. There is, due to, you can see the amount of traffic, and, you know, I have 2 teenage sons and a girlfriend, and we traveled, and a lot of times it's hard to navigate. I got 2 new drivers in my household. It's really hard to navigate. So due to there was a problem with the right side of the driveway where the grass was holding water, and it was always, you know, moist and wet. And in addition, we needed a pull off so other people can come up and down the driveway. Well, I could come out of the garage and go straight out versus moving 3 or 4 cars. So at that particular point, I thought it was a good idea to gravel 8 foot of the grass because I got a citation for parking on the grass. And then the officer said, you can't park on the grass. It has to be, you know, made into a driveway. So I was incorrect in the process, and I have made amends to fix the situation. I'll withdraw my request for variance, and I have a general contractor, Larry Ross, that he will be during the construction, the pour the concrete, and I will make the proper contracts. I could submit them for proof, and also I would apply to the city for the proper permit to do such. So that should be done. I'm thinking people are pretty busy at this point, but if we can have a 6-month window, and we'll get that done by the end of the summer, it'll be in compliance. It'll be concrete, the same as the original driveway, and we'll remove the rocks, and we will be in full compliance.
Mr. Swife? Yes, Mr. Sasha.
No, I think that's the right thing to do, but go ahead, Chuck.
Thank you, Mr. Squires. Through the chair, in light of Mr. Van Duzen's statements and testimony, I would move to deny the variance for the variance request for the differing driveway material other than concrete in case 21-12.
A second.
Been moved and seconded, moved by Mr. Shashow, seconded by Ms. Douglas, to deny the request for variance for the for gravel driveway. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Van Duzen.
Thank you all. Have a great afternoon.
The next item is case 21-13. 53 South Shenley Avenue. A request by Calvin Thomas to appeal a notice of violation of use not permitted operating an auto detailing business at in an RS 7.2 single family residential zone issued on November 16, 2020. The property again is located at 53 South Shenley, an RS 7.2 single family zone. Is Mr. Thomas here to speak on this, or anyone else? Yes, you're muted. Wait a minute. Mr. Deek, can you unmute?
I cannot unmute, but I can send a request to ask them to unmute.
Sir, can you unmute? You're muted.
Maybe I can do it here. How's this?
Very good. Now we hear you. Now,
Okay, very good.
Now, before we go
we have a
forward,
witness?
we need to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
God.
Okay. We have, sir, are you Mr. Thomas?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and we have Mr. Ed Soper.
Right, Attorney Ed Soper.
Attorney Ed Soper, I assume you're representing Mr. Thomas?
Yes, I am. Only recently retained, but yes, I am.
Okay. We have a case before us. Would you make your testimony then?
Okay, as you began indicating, we're here as a result of a notice of violation that was issued on November the 16th. And the notice reads at the top of the notice that the violation is a use not permitted operating an auto detailing business in a residential zone. Application to the Board of Zoning Appeals was submitted apparently around November the 30th, December 1st, perhaps December 1st. And the application for the variance indicates that no commercial business is currently operated at this location. Said activity ceased, but would like to basically conduct some activity in the future. I'm here with Calvin Thomas. Calvin Thomas has been a longtime resident of Youngstown. He's worked at Mercy Health for a period of 33 years. His income source and his occupation is working for the hospital. It's his income source is not having to do with doing an auto detailing kind of business. In trying to prepare for this afternoon's proceedings, I tried consulting the zoning code, and I can't tell you that I've read every page and I know exactly what it says, but I'm going to share with you a little that I've learned from looking at it. As I understand it, you can't have a use that's not a permitted use, and I'm tried looking for an auto detailing business in specifically referenced in the zoning code. I've yet to find that, but I have found something that I think is roughly synonymous, and that is an automobile car wash. And there's a schedule of permitted uses having to do with an automobile car wash that's in the tables. And you will not find that an automobile or car wash is permitted in a residential district. But I'm wondering if perhaps Mr. Thomas should be held to that kind of standard. He does admit that he has washed cars at his home, and he tells me that it's more of a hobby activity than it is any kind of business. There is a definition in the zoning code on page 247 for an automobile car wash. And if we look at that particular page that we have, it says an automobile car wash is a facility where automobiles are washed by individuals or by machines. Well, there's no machines here to wash the car, and I would suggest to you that what Mr. Thomas has is not a facility. The word facility does not appear to be defined in the zoning ordinance, that at least I haven't found it. So I went and looked at an old-fashioned way to find out what something means. I looked in the dictionary to try to find out what is the definition of a facility. And if we look as to what a facility is, as defined by Webster, it is something such as a hospital that is built, installed, or established to serve a particular purpose. And I'd submit to you that there's nothing here in the way of a structure that is a car wash. Now, Mayor Tito Brown explained to us that he's a visual person. And I'm hoping he can see the picture that we happen to have of Kelvin Thomas's property. And you'll notice he's got a single family dwelling there. And there is a fence around the same frontage as the front of the house. Okay, it looks like Laura must have a picture before the fence went up, from what I'm seeing there. And it's my understanding that what Mr. Thomas does is he pulls cars in to the side of the house. And I'm going to guess he probably uses just an ordinary garden hose, and he washes cars. There's no sign there. There's no building for a car wash. And he tells me that he has some grandchildren who he likes to try to keep busy. He tells me that he's hoping to keep his grandchildren busy so that his teenage grandchildren don't get in trouble. And sometimes they like to earn a couple of bucks. So what he's done is occasionally what he does is he collects a fee and he gives the money away to his grandchildren so that they've got something to do. Again, he tells me he's grown up having a love of cars, and this provides an activity for the family. And incidental to all of that, there's a couple bucks that changes hands, but it's not really a traditional business here. This is not the biggest business in the city of Youngstown, that's for sure. And I would hope that what the Board of Zoning Appeals would look at this kind of activity the same as other activities that occur in the city of Youngstown. And again, I may not, perhaps my citations might be a little bit inappropriate, but I'm going to guess that perhaps if you were a hairdresser and you invited some people in the neighborhood over to get their hair done, I'm hoping that would not be against the law. If you fix another neighbor's lawnmower, perhaps I'm hoping that would not be against the law. Or children shoveling snow from a sidewalk. And when we've got COVID-19 going on, I suspect that there's a lot of people who are presently working from home. I'm hoping that the zoning code is not going to be interpreted that it's illegal to wash your car in the city of Youngstown in a residential area. And perhaps the only reason that this is suspect is that sometimes money does change hands, even though that's not the purpose or the object of all this. Mr. Thomas is explained to me that he's washed vehicles for the church. And again, I'm hoping that that would not be something that's a prohibited activity. There are some cars that are there on the property, but they're owned by Mr. Thomas. This is an activity that is conducted weather permitting. He doesn't do it in the wintertime. When it's cold, because everything is outside. He tells me that to clean the cars, he gets himself a 100-foot extension cord, goes from the garage, and if he has to use a shop vac to clean the cars, that he cleans them outside next to his house. Again, there's a kind of facility structure for the purpose of cleaning cars. As to where this house is located, it's located approximately a block and a half from Mahoning Avenue. And there's an intersecting street by the name of Alma, and he's only about 3 or 4 doors away from that particular cross street. And Mr. Thomas explains to me that the zoning changes at that point to other zoning that perhaps would allow him to conduct a business. So he's not here as a result of a complaint of a neighbor, as far as we know. We submit that this is not an activity that is detrimental to the residential neighborhood. And we would hope that the Board of Zoning Appeals would look at this as a matter of this not being a auto detailing business, first of all, and secondly, we're hoping that somehow the Board of Zoning Appeals would indicate that as long as he's not doing this for business as a primary purpose, that perhaps that he'd be permitted to continue to do this activity with his grandsons to fill up their time, keep them off the streets, and put a couple bucks in their pocket. Mr. Thomas, are there other points that you would like to make to the Board of Zoning Appeals?
What he was saying right there, I got my grandsons. They're 15. I got two of them that's 15. I'm 14 and 113.
Can you still hear me? I'm afraid I touched something and I lost the picture. Can you still see us? Hello?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, very good.
And I keep my grandsons. We wash cars. I work at the hospital. I know a lot of people up there, and I've been doing it for a long time in my driveway. I can't work in the cold. We do it outside only in the summer. That's the only time. It's the only time we do it. And how we got in this predicament, I was trying to buy the land next to me. Okay. And I called the land bank. I called Gary. Okay. And Gary said they don't want cars over there. And I said, I can't stop everybody from having cars over there, but I keep the yard up. I can keep the yard up for the last 3 years because I got burnt down.
You're speaking of the neighbor's property.
Right. So I called Gary and he said, well, why was those cars out there? I said, I wash cars sometime. He said, oh, you can't wash cars there. I said, oh, well, I've been washing cars outside with my grandkids to keep my grandkids busy. Next thing I know, I guess he calls Laura Fuller and tells her, I got a detailing shop. And all we do is wash cars out there with my grandsons when it's nice outside. And I do a lot of the doctors at the hospital, some of the Canfield undercover cars, Chuck Colucci, a lot of people that I know at the hospital. And you know what? And they be so excited when they come over there and they see my grandkids out there working. And they be like, wow. And they give them a tip, even though they give the money, and I splits it with them. I take all the money and I buy supplies and I give them money so they can go buy their Jordans and buy everything. And I got a story to tell you. Okay. When I got that first letter, I told my one grandson, I showed him that. And they said, Grandpa, why we can't work outside and wash cars? I said, well, they gave me a letter saying that I ain't allowed to. So my one grandson, his name is Christian Klingscale. He goes out, start trying to sell dope and gets caught with a gun. Now he's doing 6 months in juvenile. And when I talked to him last weekend, he said, Grandpa, when I get out of here, can I work with you to make some more money? And that's all I do it for, to keep my grandsons. And then I get all their friends over there when it's hot outside. We wash their cars. We watch whoever they want their cars done. And I try to keep them busy so they won't get in no trouble. That's all I try to do.
I'm going to try to see if I can resume the video on our part. Okay, I'm back. Good. Okay. I don't think we have anything further. Let me summarize again in saying that a notice of violation was issued. We're hoping that what the board would consider doing is upholding the appeal so that Calvin Thomas would not be considered as being in violation of the zoning code, number one. And number two, we're looking for a variance so as to permit the continuation of this activity. And one thing we forgot to tell them was how long that you've been doing this activity with the children.
Over 20 years. My oldest kids, I was out there doing it with them. My youngest one out there now, she's 6 years old. She comes out there and they get a kick out of using the vac and I'm trying to keep them busy. And I only could do it when it's hot outside. That's it. We outside in the sun. Next thing you know, we having a water fight, and I let them make a little bit of money, and that's it.
Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Our questions, first of all, is there any other testimony from others who want to speak on this matter? If not, are there questions or comments from members of the board?
I can't help but wonder if there can be some cooperation with the city to find a building on Mahoning Avenue. Certainly there are plenty of buildings in order to conduct this business. It can't be viewed as anything less than a business. and a non-tax paying business at that. So while I mean, I appreciate the sentiments expressed, I'm not sure that those are issues that are relevant to whether or not there's been a violation here.
Mr. Thomas would like you to know that yes, he on the little bit of money he makes, he does pay tax.
Mr. Limited, does that satisfy your question?
Well, the tax aspect was tangential. I think that maybe he could work with the city to find a location to do this part-time around every season. But I'm just not so sure that doing this in a location where there's dense population, and by that I mean those houses along that stretch of Shenley are right on top of each other, and it seems like a bad precedent to start.
Through the chair.
Mr. Brown, Mayor Brown.
I guess my question is, I heard Mr. Thomas say that it was Gary from the land bank. Have we heard from the neighbors at all? And a reason I say that is because I think we've heard testimony earlier about the neighbors complaining. Have we had any written complaints other than maybe the land bank about the cars on their property, but not necessarily on Mr. Thomas' property? Have we had any complaints from the neighbors?
Go ahead.
Ms. Fulmer, do you have any answer to that?
To the chair and to answer the mayor, I have not received any complaints from the mayor, or I'm sorry, from the neighbors recently. This was all investigatory activity, and there's usually 7 to 10 cars there at a time, and it was determined that this activity is occurring. And I think that Mr. Thomas and his attorney, they've advised that this activity is occurring, and we did try to direct them towards a zone change or a commercial location. And I was working with Attorney Denny on that, but I'm not sure what happened to that zone change application, but it was never filed. The activity still continues on Shenley.
Excuse me.
Yes,
The
sir.
the land bank does not own the land. The owner's house that burnt down, they still owns the land. And I tried to buy, that's the reason I went to the land bank to try to buy it. But then I found out, I went to the city, wherever they gave me the right paperwork, and I went and filed it for myself. But I put it myself in this predicament because when I told Gary went and told Miss Fuller. And I've been doing it for 20 years out there, and I do the neighbors' cars. They come over with me with their grandkids, and we just be out there like a big family on my street, and we just have a good time.
Through the chair.
Yes, Ms. Postly.
Our economic development recruiter, business recruiter, would be happy to work with the business owner to get him, find him a spot so that we can relocate the business properly and make sure, that we're not violating any codes and that he is successful in what he's doing and helping the younger generation move forward with picking up a skill set and also providing job opportunities.
Just through the chair, if I could, I just, that's the point I wanted to make. I think as the board, as we listen to this, oftentimes we hear that the neighbors are complaining. I think there may be some semblance of a business that's happening here, but the plus is that we haven't had complaints from the neighbors. And Mr. Thomas, I think what you're doing is a phenomenal opportunity, teaching entrepreneurs, specifically the next generation. You're teaching them how to be, the hard work ethics. The unfortunate for you is that you were genuine in talking about what you did, and you were not hiding it. And you've appeared that you've never had to hide what you're doing in your neighborhood, which is phenomenal. The negative for you is that it is not zoned for what you're doing. When you started taking money, that is the one thing that we look at it as a business. But I just wanted to make sure the record was clear that there had not been any neighborhood complaints, or the neighbors are not complaining, but there are violations just for what you told us today from what we see as a board. But I just want to make sure that as a board, we didn't hear any complaints from those who live there. This felt like a third party conversation with Mr. Thomas being very honest about who he was and what he did and why he did it. And I think from our other testimony, you can hear individuals, if they don't know he's been operating or doing this hobby of his for some 20 years, and yet he's never had this violation until he was very genuine. I guess he could have taken another approach, and I just applaud him for being honest and genuine about what he's doing there.
Well, Mr. Thomas, one question I have: how many cars? Mr. Fulmer said there's 7 or 8 cars that stack up. Is that something that happens?
No, majority of the time, them are my cars. I got 3 cars of my own. My sons got 2 cars that be there, and then all my kids. I got 8 kids. They're always at my house. I'm always having cookouts. I'm always doing something at my house. I'm a happy family, and we just have a good time all the time.
I see.
And I love the barbecue, and then my friends come over. I mean, it's a gang of my buddies come over after we play basketball. They always come to my house. We're in my backyard. We, having a nice cold one, putting on the music, dancing, just having a good time.
I've asked Mr. Thomas if he's obstructing any of the traffic on South Shenley, and he assures me that no, he is not doing that. I've asked Mr. Thomas, okay, now, how many cars per day might you be taking care of your hobby activity with? And he tells me some days maybe 1 car,
maybe 2 cars, because I work full time.
And he does this after work. And I say to him, okay, now tell me what's the most number of cars that you might happen to have on your hobby when you've got more than 1 customer. And so far, I believe he's explained to me that perhaps it's 4 cars.
That may be part of the problem. Given large family, a lot of cars already, and then 4 more cars. It's possible we haven't heard from this is Councilman Ray's district, I believe.
They don't be there at one time. We stretch them out.
Okay.
Through the chair, this is Mike Durkin.
Yes, Mr. Durkin.
Okay, I wanted to speak in on this because I just want 2 points of clarification. This was actually created by me. I observe this activity on a regular basis. There's constantly 7 to 10 cars there. I see it myself almost on a daily basis. And Gary, I just wanted for clarification that Gary Davenport did not report this. I did, and I reported it to the zoning officer myself. So, but there are cars there, and that's what the problem is. That I got the complaint from Councilman Ray that there were cars parked on lots that are not owned by by Mr. Thomas, and there was a lot of traffic in and out on a daily basis, and especially during last summer and actually beginning of the spring when the weather warmed up. So it was physically viewed by me myself, but I agree we should help him find a different a place to do this, only because of the traffic that is on Shenley on a regular basis.
Mr. Durkin, you have heard from the councilman?
Yes.
And he's raised the concern of the number of cars parked on the property and on adjoining property.
Yes, through the chair. That is the main problem. It's the numerous cars that are parked there.
Mr. Thomas, any further comment from you on this?
But majority of the cars are my cars. I mean, I park on the one side right there. And what happened, Barbara Starr, well, even when Starr was living, they let me park over there when we had cookouts and stuff. And I asked it, the daughter, I said, can I buy the land? And she said, yeah. And I asked her, I said, could I put gravel there until I could buy the land? She said, sure. So I've been waiting and waiting to get the land, and I didn't know how to get the land because she wasn't responding to me. So that's how I went to the land bank. And that's how I told Gary I'm washing cars. And he went and told Miss Fuller. So I set myself up.
Barbara
told her-
Starr was the deceased owner of the, or the owner of the
Yeah,
property
of the
to the south.
right.
The adjoining lot.
The
Right.
adjoining
and
lot, which is now empty.
they still own it. I guess it's in probate. I did the proper paperwork right now so I could buy it and fence it in. And
Okay.
then I said I wanted to put a garage there because we mess with cars. We got old school cars. So I want to store the old school cars in there. And then I wanted to get Alexander. So I wanted to extend my house. That's the reason I wanted to buy the property and make it bigger for my grandkids so they could play, you know.
Very good. Well, the issue before us is the auto detailing business. Are there any other comments from members of the board?
We really don't detail. We just wash it. We wash it and vac it out. I mean, we don't go into no professional cleaning. I have no tools to do that. All I do is got a sponge and a rag and a hose, and we wash the car.
Understood. I think that's you've made that case very clear. Are there any comments or questions from the members of the committee, of the board? If not, I'd entertain a motion.
Chair.
Mr. Sasho.
After hearing everything, I just, I'm hoping that we could come to some type of resolution on this, but I agree with Jeff that I don't know that we can, just from hearing the testimony from Mr. Durkin, and all the testimony that we've heard, it just seems like he is, at least sincere in his efforts. I think it is clear it is definitely running a business here, and I regrettably, I think I'm gonna move to deny.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to deny. Are there any further comments? The board, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Is anybody opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Thomas.
So who are y'all gonna get in touch with me to help me to get this together?
Through the chair,
Ms. Bosterly?
Mr. Thomas, I have your information, pass it along to economic development. So someone in the economic development department will be in touch with you to help you find a spot where you can maintain your business.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, through the
Mr.
chair,
Suarez.
I have to be excused. I have an emergency I have to take care of.
Okay.
Okay.
Click it off.
Okay.
Good. Best of luck, Mr. Suarez. Thank you for coming.
Okay. for coming.
The last zoning case before us is case 2114 on 131 North Bell Vista, request by Suzanne Luchison to appeal a notice of violation, use not permitted operating an auto repair business in an RS 7.2 single family residential district issued on December 2nd, 2020. The property in question is located again at 131 North Bell Vista in an RS 7.2 single family district. Do we have Ms. Luchison? They're very, you're testifying. Is there anybody else who is testifying? Let me swear you in then. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I think you're muted. Ms. Luchison, can you unmute? You are muted. I think we've lost her. There we go. Hello, can we hear you? Oh. Can you unmute? Can you unmute? You're muted. Oh, technology is great until it isn't.
Through the chair, Sorry, if I'm mistaken, I don't believe we have a quorum anymore. And I hate to say that. I think it's just the mayor, myself, and Ms. Douglas.
Okay, I didn't see that. I knew we lost.
Jeff. I didn't see Jeff.
Tricia is on. Tricia is on. Patricia
Yeah.
is on.
Yeah,
Oh,
we have-
okay. She's
yeah.
under Trish. Sorry.
Yeah. Everybody stay put. We got a couple more cases.
Yeah, we were almost there.
Ms. Luchison, do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Oh dear.
I think she has a bad connection.
I think so. What do we do in that case, Mr. Deek? Hello.
I would suggest asking her to find another spot in her house.
Can you find another spot? You've got a bad connection. Can you get close to your router? There we go.
Yeah, it looks like it's getting a little better.
Okay, can we hear you? Oh, hello. I don't know what's going
There's
on
no
here.
audio.
Oh, dear. This is not good. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, looks like you didn't connect audio. You could always call.
Can you instruct her on what to do? Let's
see.
Trying very hard to do this. I know.
Yeah. Let me see.
I believe there's a telephone number that you can call and call in when you're doing these meetings, where she can audio in. If someone can instruct her that a telephone number and do that, I think you'll be okay.
Yeah, I'm looking for the telephone number. I think you have to connect first. Let me see.
Oh, yeah.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairperson. Is there any way we can move on to the next one? I have a meeting here at 4 o'clock.
Yes, I think, Ms. Luchison, we're going to table this for the moment. Let me turn to you're speaking, Mr. Haas, on the replat.
Yes, my name is Demetrius Hazmahalis.
Okay, let me swear you in. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, will you talk about the 17.66 acres on McCartney Road?
So yes, I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's a replat to four lots. Replat of outlot 1474 into city lots 16123, 24, 25, and 26, and in John and Mary Hazamalis plat number 2. Hazmahalis.
That's right.
Okay,
Yes.
got it. Thank you. It's a variance to reduce the required minimum lot width. Ms. Luchison, we're tabling your matter for the moment. Moving on to the replat. We'll be with you in a moment. Variance to reduce the required minimum lot width in the RS 7.2 single family zoning district from 60 feet to 25 feet for city lots 63123 and 63124. So, Mr. Haas, can you speak on this?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the existing property was originally purchased by my parents, and with the intent of one day having some of my siblings build homes there. So right now, myself and my brother would like to build some 2 homes there, but due to the existing hardship with accessing this with only 60 foot of frontage on Struthers Liberty Road and 50 foot of frontage on McCartney Road, we're requesting the zoning variance for the 2 parcels to split the frontage. basically, there's 9 of us, and 2 of us basically want to build 2 homes on this piece of property. So we had to replat it, and went through the process and was informed that we needed a variance for this. So so what we're requesting is a zoning variance to for these 2 parcels.
But you're subdividing it into 4 parcels, even though there are 2 people.
Yeah, so right now, what we're gonna do is build 2 homes, and then if anybody else wants to build on the property, we would, basically extend the drive so that they can access the property. But right now, we can't access the property. If you look at the frontage on McCartney Road, it's 25 feet each. And if you look here on Struthers Liberty Road, it's 30.68 feet. So what we were planning on doing is having a drive coming from the Struthers Liberty Road entrance, and then have one home go to the 63-123 and another home at the 63-124. And then if any of my other siblings were going to build, just to extend the drive to go back so that they can access those other 2 parcels.
You'd access those 2 from McCartney Road, not from Struthers Liberty, right?
Well, yeah, either McCartney or Struthers Liberty. Like I said, they're going to put a drive coming straight down, and then put a home on either side, and then or coming from there so that they can access those 2 back parcels.
Okay. Mr. Shashow, this is in your area of expertise. What do you say about this? Chuck? You're muted.
Sorry, my mouse was a little freaky there. It's been a while since I looked at this. I looked at it a while ago. I believe that, like, a lot of times people will attempt to do this with access easements. The only thing I would say is, it meets it's in violation of the frontage, which I believe it doesn't meet it's obviously a large lot. I believe that 25 feet for each parcel is absolutely wide enough to maintain you could actually maintain a double driveway. You only need about 21 feet for a driveway for two-way. So I would say it would be okay if they're going to put a driveway through there. I would have no problem with this replat. I don't believe.
So the 2 brothers would not have to split the driveway. They could have a separate driveway.
Yeah, they could. Feet. Right. I mean, it's much preferred to do it this way than it would be with an access easement or something to that effect.
Mm-hmm. So we don't have to get into sibling issues with the 2 brothers, right? both of you guys have your own driveways.
Yeah.
So to be clear, you're not objecting as the.
I'm not, and unless there's any further testimony, I'd prepared the motion to move to that effect.
Okay. Is that a motion to approve?
Was there anyone else who wanted to speak to this? Or?
Okay. Are there any other questions or testimony from members of the audience? Are there any other questions from members of the board?
Chairman, I'll move to approve replat. The replat as submitted on case.
That's a replat. That's not a case number.
Yeah, replat outlaw 1474. I'll move to approve as submitted.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Shashow, second by Mayor Brown. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And Michael, I got very excited when I look at this. These are nice big lots and new housing in the city of Youngstown. And it's a wonderful wooded lot back there.
Yes, it is.
Glad to hear this. So
is there anything else I need to do?
No, you've got to get onto your meeting. And when do you intend to construct? Any idea?
Well, we're hoping by midsummer. We have a little bit of a delay with the architect right now. and just a little bit of an issue of getting those things so that we can get them out to bid to a contractor, so, or a builder. So we're in a
Good.
little delay. So hopefully by summer.
Very good. Oh, Mayor Brown, 2 housing starts. This is good.
Through the chair,
Mr. Chair, yes, Mr. Brown.
that was going to be my comment, that this is part of our whole housing strategy, is to get individuals to start building, and what you can tell what he's done. He's taken some property that was in the family, and he's now going to make it in a housing. And so 2 more homes in the city of Youngstown will be great. Specifically, new housing permits will be excellent. And I just ask that when you have that open house or that backyard barbecue, that you can send an invite to 26 South Phelps Street.
We'll all be there.
Will do, Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I'm getting my smoker next month. So.
Okay. Very good. If Ms. Luchison is here, we can go back to that case. We still have a quorum.
On her phone, she needs to hit *6 to unmute.
*6, Ms. Luchison, to unmute.
*6 to unmute. There you go.
Hello.
Very good. Welcome.
Yeah. Hello.
I think we've sworn you in. Is there any testimony you want to make on your case?
Yes, because we were cited for running a mechanic shop. My husband is a mechanic, but he has his own garage on Wilson Avenue. The vehicles that we have and that we work on at our house are our personal vehicles. I have 10 vehicles in my name. We park most of them at the garage, but any vehicles that he's ever working at here are one of our own vehicles. I mean, I could submit to the titles if they need that for proof.
Ms. Fulmer, did you have any? You made the findings. Do you have any testimony?
To the chair, yes. So at one time, there was a banner sign on the garage at this location that had up oil change for so-and-so dollar amount. That's how we became alerted to it. Also through Councilman Ray, I believe, have reported this complaint. There are always different cars there. And it's kind of waxed and waned, this case. They are at the final $1,600 fine, which they want to appeal. The activity there, as I had said, has waxed and waned, and it is consistent with an auto repair in a residential. We have observed that myself and Mike Durkin and Councilman Ray, if he's on, and this has been ongoing.
So just do you want to speak to
The
that?
sign that was hanging up, we didn't realize, like, he wasn't advertising. If you look in the garage, he has all kinds of, like, mechanic signs and, different things like that. The different vehicles are because we don't park all of our vehicles here. So I might drive like one car one day and then he parks it at the shop, and I have 6 kids, so I usually drive my Tahoe, but if I get to go out by myself, I drive the Jag. So sometimes the Jag is here, sometimes it's not. He has a work truck. He has a truck that he just takes mudding. So they're all our cars.
To the chair, I also want to note that the property has car parts and different automobile items all around the yard and the premises. And oftentimes we see the cars up on jacks being repaired off and on. I just want to paint kind of a picture for the board that the property isn't kept tidy and neat. There are cars parked on an adjacent land bank property that they've been parking on the grass, and then they park in the driveway. This is at the corner of a very busy intersection of Oakwood and Bell Vista.
No, he has cleaned up, but we're not, I mean, the cars on Jack's are our vehicles. We're not making money off of it. We're not allowed to work on our cars here. And that's an honest question because they really are our vehicles.
Okay.
I mean, he has like I said, he rents a garage with a lift and everything. He's not going to work on something in the driveway when he can take it, something he's making money off of and have much easier access to it when he has a lift.
Well, so you're saying these are personal cars and you're not operating a business?
They are. I mean, I really
do.
do have, here's a stack of titles. I know you can't see them. I can submit the copies of them all. They're all in my name.
Okay. Is there
And
any
we
other
did try
testimony?
to comply with anything that, Ms. Fuller said. At one point, he had it pop up, like one of those garages up. She stopped and we took it down the next day. We didn't know that we couldn't have that.
Are there any questions from members of the committee?
I think again, what this comes down to is this a mechanic shop or not? So Ms. Luchison is saying they're working on their cars. Ms. Fulmer's, Ms. Fulmer, can read your testimony, I guess is kind of key, is you issued the notice of violation. What was your reason? Maybe I missed it. What was your reason to issue the notice of violation?
To the chair, to answer Chuck's question directly, it was a complaint from the councilman to go check out this address, at which time auto repair was observed, tires and car parts and vehicles up on Jack's, and the sign that stated that you could get an oil change was right on their residential garage. And this activity was persisting over the course of the notices of violation issued. It was observed that, cars were missing parts and parts were being added. There were different cars there. It was advertised that this was a car repair. And we've also had numerous other violations there. We had a camper that was parked on the land bank property. I issued a notice for that. That was removed. We had 2 garages that were built without permits. They removed both of those. So it was kind of multi-layered as far as the violations go, but we're just here today for the auto repair.
Yeah, we did comply to everything. Like I said, that sign, if you open the garage, he has a million signs. It wasn't advertising. He's not going to make money out of here when he's paying monthly at a shop on 1901 Wilson Avenue. He works on our cars here, so he's not gone all day, every day.
Okay.
And I can submit every one of these titles.
Thank you, Ms. Luchison.
Yeah, I think it seems like we're hearing the same
Mr.
testimony
Sasho?
twice now.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Sasho?
Through the chair.
No, you have, but
It
let's
seems
just
like we're
Sasho.
hearing the same testimony.
Do you want to
Yes,
make
can
a
you hear me?
motion? Yes.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. It seems like we're hearing the same testimony twice. I mean, unless there's somebody else who wants to speak on this case.
No, there's no one else. Do you want to make a motion?
No one else? Okay. So I would suggest in this case that based on Laura Fulmer's testimony, that the motion for the appeal would be denied.
Been moved for denial. Is there a second? Is there a second?
I mean, I can't afford the fine for something we didn't do.
Is there a second? Looks like we're failing for lack of a second, and it looks like we may have lost our quorum.
I'll second.
Okay, no, we haven't. Okay. It's been moved by Mr. Sashow, seconded by Ms. Douglas to deny. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Hmm.
Thank you, Ms. Luchison. The final item on the agenda is Sharon Woodbury, the discussion of the City of Youngstown Buy Local app.
Yes, through the chair. The presenter had to exit the meeting. He had other obligations, and it doesn't appear that he's going to be able to rejoin us.
Okay. Do you want to reschedule that for the next meeting?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. This has been a very long meeting. I'm going to suggest in the future that we get some more clear testimony from our city staff in terms of the documentary
Excuse me,
evidence.
Hunter, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Daniel has jumped back on to
Okay.
the meeting if you can allow him time to give the presentation.
I'm fine with it. Other members who are here would like to hear the presentation.
They're on the agenda, so I think we need to afford them the opportunity.
That's fine. Let's go ahead and do that. Sharon, would you introduce your speaker?
Yes, on the line I have Daniel Leibovich. I've asked Daniel to provide a presentation, excuse me, for a Buy Local app that the city has contracted with Colu Technologies to provide. And Daniel's going to give us an overview of the graphics, what we can expect to see with the rollout of the app and how it works.
Very good.
How's everyone doing? Just as a quick introduction, thank you for the introduction, Sharon. Again, my name is Daniel. I'm a senior city launcher at Colu. I've been with Colu for about 6 months at this point. I am beyond excited to roll this initiative, this program, which will be called YO with the City of Youngstown, and support and help and support local businesses of the City of Youngstown. Let me make sure that I can present. Yeah, I should be able to present. Perfect. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect. So very, very, very exciting. So the app name is going to be called YO. The tagline is going to be keep it local, which is exactly the purpose of the app. We want to use local funds, CARES Act funds, and essentially provide a higher return of investment with those funds and the residents and visitors coming into Youngstown to support the local businesses of the City of Youngstown. Simply, the point of this app is, and this program is really to engage the member of the community of Youngstown and really provide them the incentive and the reward system to shop locally and shop local instead of going to the big retailers like, Costco, Walmart, and so on and so forth. Instead of going to those large retailers, you're able to earn City Bites, which will be the point reward name, for transactions that you're making at the local businesses that compensate not only on the difference of the cost in many of the cases, but you're also very importantly able to make that connection with the local businesses of Youngstown, which we'll talk about in a second. Through this app, the local businesses will be able not only to attract their current customers to come more often, but also bring new customers to their business, increase their revenue, and again, like we said, which is really important, make Youngstown a more connected city. Simply the way it's going to work is there are going to be different reward offers that will be available on the YO app. Those reward offers can be, I believe, they're going to be like related to like food and drinks and, shopping in local retail stores. And the reward are going to range, I believe, around 15 to 20% back. So for example, if I were to show up at a restaurant that had hypothetically speaking, let's say 20% back, and my bill was $10, I would essentially earn 2 Citi Bytes. Those 2 Citi Bytes, their buying power is $2 because every Citi Byte will be worth $1. Now, those rewards can only be earned at local businesses that are part of the app that are within the limits of the city of Youngstown. And they can also only be redeemed at the businesses that are part of the app. So essentially, you really have an economic cycle effect here. So you have the first wave essentially of funds being used to shop at local businesses. Then those users earn rewards that can then, as a second cycle, be redeemed only at the Youngstown local businesses. And from quite a lot of research that we've done, and research is available across the country, about 40 to 45% of the funds post second wave actually also stay within the city of within the city. So in this case, you have a really high return on investment. We anticipate, and what we've seen so far in other cities, like Akron, which we're in, and we just launched in Boston a week ago, where we see and anticipate return on investments that has a 10 to 15 multiplier, which is really incredible to see those numbers. Simply on the app, you're going to be able to see a few sections. You're going to have the top stories at the top of the homepage. You're going to be able to find and locate the local businesses in the center of the homepage. You're going to be able to know which one is a redeeming business and which one is a participating business, which I'll get into in a moment, simply by the R sign. The businesses that have the R sign mean that you can also redeem Citi Bytes in those businesses. And again, just as a quick refresher, every Citi Byte is going to be worth $1. So if I've earned 100 Citi Bytes, that means I have 100 virtual dollars that I can use and pay for different transactions in those redeeming businesses. Businesses will be able to show and give a little bit more information about who they are and what they do, which is really important because, one of the elements of a local business is that you won't necessarily immediately have the social media presence or the ability to do advertising as larger companies. So with the Yo app, local businesses will be able to gain access to much stronger residents community. And by doing so, essentially, you're enabling residents that might have lived around the corner from the business for years to finally know what they do and what they can purchase there or what services they offer if they have never shopped in or went into that business in the past. We'll talk about it in a second. So this is exactly what I was going to go into. The value that the customer is getting from this app is actually pretty incredible. As I mentioned, they're going to get rewarded for shopping locally, which is a really great incentive. They're going to be able to find local businesses around town that they probably never even knew existed because how often do you just go on Google Maps and let me find local businesses at a specific type of business? So you're really providing a platform for the local businesses to shine and have the spotlight for residents to find them and be able to shop and purchase at youth services that they offer. You're going to be able to know what is happening around town, nonprofits that we're already in discussions with, events that the city is doing. Residents and visitors of the city of Youngstown will be able to know exactly what's going on and be up to date with all that's going on around town that they should be in the know about. And it's as importantly, all of those points lead to the final point. You're enabling the residents and the visitors to really feel they're taking action that's eventually really improving the value of the community, that's providing such important value to the businesses, to the community itself to thrive again and continue thriving, of course. And as part of the Yo app, businesses will have the ability, again, to reward residents for shopping at their business at no cost to them, which is really important to mention. The Yo program comes at zero cost to the businesses and at zero cost to the user. This is 100% funded by the city of Youngstown for the local businesses in the city of Youngstown. The businesses through the app and through social media, whether they're going to be social media, digital social media and offline campaigns that we'll do in collaboration with the city of Youngstown, they're going to gain marketing value at no cost to them and exposure to business, to residents that they probably haven't had an exposure to that before. Really increase the network of who they can reach, who sees them, who knows about who they are, and provide like the residents the ability to support them, provide the residents and the visitors the ability to, know and shine what their story is. They're going to be able to like provide their behind the counter story, like what made them open that business, what is their story, where are they coming from, what is unique about their business, and really share that with the users of the app and really get them to connect with them at another level that wasn't available until now. From a customer journey, we are always improving, and we're always making sure that the journey for the user, for the customer, and for the business is as simple as possible. For the customer, once you download the app, you know which business you want to visit, or you can find and explore which business you want to visit. You can discover them on the homepage. Once you know where and who you want to go to, it's as easy as joining the reward to make sure that you earn those Citi Bytes as you shop there. And once you connect your account, your debit or credit card, you will automatically earn those Citi Bytes. You don't need to have your phone. You don't need to scan anything. The business also doesn't need to do anything on that end of rewarding the Citi Bytes to the users. It is done all on the back end. And again, with the purpose of making it as simple as possible for the user and for the business as well. In terms of the redemption process, right? Because we all want to understand like how, once I've earned those Citi Bytes, how do I then use them to pay for different transactions? Very simple. On the app, you're going to be able to see exactly the redeem button on the homepage, which I can go back to in a second. As you can see on the first screen on the left, there's going to be the redeem. You can click on that, and that will lead you to all the businesses that are redeeming businesses on the EL app. Once you know exactly which one you want to go to or which one you're at already and it's a redeeming business, it's as simple as clicking redeem, enter the amount, click next and pay, and a digital receipt will automatically generate on the app, which will show the amount, the business name, and the timestamp. This is the only thing that the business will have to capture when the users redeem and pay live, and then put it in their point of sale, which is really simple. It doesn't require any external integration. It literally takes 1 minute to set up, even on the more complicated POS systems, again, because it doesn't require any external integration. And it's important to mention, the reason I'm saying no external integration multiple times is it's really for the internal bookkeeping of the business to know how much they expect to get at the end of the day from credit cards, how much from debit cards, how much was cash, and how much was Citi Bytes. Simple as that. The city will get direct reports, and it will be paid directly through Tipalti, which is our fintech provider that will convert those Citi Bytes back to dollars that will be paid directly through direct deposit to the businesses, which is exactly what we're talking about here. Again, the point of sale doesn't require any external integration. Whenever any redemption has been made on the app, besides the digital receipt that will be visible on the app, the businesses will also receive an automated email that will be received within seconds after the redemption has been made. And again, it will present the same information that was on the digital receipt. And also important to mention that at the bottom of every redemption email notification transaction, it would also include all the Citi Bytes that have been redeemed and that you were owed as a payment from the previous payment that will be distributed through Tipalti, as I mentioned a second ago. Again, as I mentioned, Tipalti is our global fintech provider. They're helping us in the process to ensure that the Citi Bytes that have been redeemed in different businesses will be converted back to dollars at $1 per point, $1 per Citi Byte value. And again, this is all 100% funded by the city of Youngstown. Zero cost to the businesses and zero cost to the users. To kind of sum up, because I know, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you guys may have if we have time for that. Through the app, the businesses really will have the ability to communicate with new customers through notifications. They're able to really extend their stories, their events, whatever is happening. If they have something happening going on that they want to share with the customers and the users of the app, we can do that. We'll provide more than likely through the city of Youngstown marketing tools and marketing kit to help the businesses really show that they're part of the initiative, that show and be proud that they're part of YO, that this way users will know that they're part of it and that they can earn those rewards when they shop there. And additionally, that it will also provide, and again, through the city of Youngstown, physical collateral that the businesses can put, like window stickers, to show when customers walk by to know that they're part of the YO app, how to redeem Citi Bites when they're in the store or in the restaurant, for example. And all of that will be given to the businesses at no cost to them. And it's going to be, it's really so exciting. We cannot wait to launch as we are currently anticipating around June 1st, and support the local businesses of the city of Youngstown. Thank you, everyone, for listening. I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone may have.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions about this exciting proposition?
I just want to add a comment.
Councilman Turner.
Someone wanted to add a comment first.
No, go ahead, Sam. This is Nikki. I can wait.
Okay, I have a lot of questions, so I'm gonna just start from the top. First, can you give me a couple of cities in the state of Ohio that you guys have already worked with on this plan?
So we've launched in Akron, Ohio. Currently in Ohio, that's the only state that we're live in. We are in discussions with different cities within the state of Ohio to begin the process there as well.
Okay. My next question is, and this might be for administration, but how much is your admin fee for the maintenance and background cost of the app? Did you hear
Can
me?
you repeat that question?
Yes.
One more time?
How much is your admin fee for the application and maintenance?
From a business standpoint?
From your standpoint, for your work, what does that fee look like?
For our work. I don't have the numbers right in front of me. I'm not sure if Sharon, if you have that in front of you, if you recall those numbers by heart.
Yes, thank you, Daniel. Through the chair. Hunter, is it okay?
Yes, please.
We've got a contracted fee of $15,000 with Colu, and that is for all of the support that we will get from the app. There are no additional fees. We're doing this for a 6-month trial run, and then we can look to extend this if it proves to be a successful app, which I'm confident that it will be.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you very much. And then what is Akron's up and running. What is their estimated cost associated with the $1 per Citi Bite?
What do you mean by
So what I'm saying, because this is a cost that's going to trickle down to the city. Because you said that it is the city would fund this. So if someone goes into, let's say, Spruce and spends $20, it equates to $20. Mm-hmm. Can you tell me over a 6-month period how much the city of Akron had to pay out in Citi Bites?
So
to get kind of a benchmark.
Yeah. So let me just. Yeah, of course. Let me just clarify something along the process. So let's say I am a user of the YO app, mm-hmm. and I went to a business that's a participating business. I will pay with my own credit card or my own debit card, whichever card I decided to link. Mm-hmm. And then depending on what reward the business is in, let's say it was a restaurant, and let's say the reward offer was 20%. I will earn, if my transaction was $10, I will earn 2 City Bytes.
Right.
Those 2 City Bytes are the part that is going to be funded by the city of Youngstown, not the $10.
Right. Right.
Those 2 City Bytes I can then use as $2 because every City Byte is worth $1.
Right. So when I go back to redeem that, that's what I'm saying is how much in redemption over the course of 6 months did after the city of Akron have to pay out or paid out?
Through the chair, I can reach out to Akron and see if we can provide some of the information that Samantha's looking for. I don't think that Daniel should be put on the spot to answer questions for Akron. And this is more of a presentation format and asking questions about how the app works. I'm happy to provide whatever documentation you need, Councilwoman Turner.
Perfect. I have like 10 more questions, and if you can jump in, that's fine. So the next one is, do you normally place a cap on the rewards, or do you find that's not that doesn't need to happen?
Yeah, so some rewards will have caps per month, per user, or generally per transaction, and that's to ensure that we provide essentially as much as we can an equal opportunity for all the users of the app to earn rewards.
Okay. Right. My next question is.
Sorry, Councilwoman, I'm sorry. We don't even have a quorum anymore, so I don't have any further questions. I'm going to excuse myself from the meeting, I guess. So I guess we're not taking any action on this, are we, Hunter?
No, we're not taking any action.
Great.
This is for information.
Great concept, great presentation.
Appreciate you staying on. We don't have a quorum to adjourn, so we'll just formally adjourn.
And then
we're done with
keep the stream going if you want.
Councilman Turner's request, requested information. Thank you, Chuck.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm
Sorry, Samantha.
excusing as
Please
well,
continue.
Marguerite.
Margaret, thank you for staying. Appreciate it. And hopefully you'll hear more about this project.
Yes, thank you.
Very good.
Sorry about that. Thank you. The next one is, and I was unclear, this is for residents and non-residents to sign up and utilize the app?
So it's only for local businesses of the city of Youngstown, but the users, the customers of the app can be both local residents and visitors. The whole purpose is to support the businesses of Youngstown the local businesses in Youngstown as best as we can. So we don't want to prevent visitors. Sorry, go ahead, Hunter.
I'm going to say we're Nikki, you would recommend we just
May I make a recommendation?
Yes.
If I can make a recommendation that we gather all the questions and do a Q&A that we can also add to the city's website along with the Yo app, information and rollout. We can do a Q&A. I think that would be extremely helpful. The questions that Councilwoman Turner raises may be some questions that our business community or our residents may have and how they can use it. So I think it would be great to gather those, give us time to prepare a response to them, and then we can put an FAQ, on the website along with the launch of the app information.
Well, again, we've lost a quorum on the meeting. As far as I'm concerned, the meeting is the Planning Commission Board of Zoning Appeals meeting is adjourned. But if you wish to continue on the live format on YouTube, we can do that, or simply reconvene at a later date when we have more people and we can take a look at all these questions. It is now 4:30. We've been going at this for 3 hours. It's a very long meeting. I'm sorry to say that, but it's a very long meeting.
Councilwoman Turner, is that okay with you if we gather the questions and then we can, prepare responses and then we could post a FAQ?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think Rick and Daniel, thank you for being patient and waiting for your turn. But I think we'll adjourn the meeting at this point, Rick, and archive it at this point. Thank you.
Bye, everyone. Thank you for having me.
Thanks, Daniel.
Thank you so much.
My absolute pleasure. Bye, everyone.